Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. There has been immense controversy over whether we've done today's starting puzzle before or not, so we'll get to find out together. It does look familiar, so we'll find out. Anyway, yes, happy Easter to those who are Easter people. I hope you enjoy it. Also, happy daylight savings time to those of you who... happy daylight savings time to those of you who are in the UK who get to do your daylight savings time now. Oh, did Mixo post this as a 2-star puzzle, Isabella? It's currently listed as a 4-star puzzle, but Mixo has an interesting sense of this. Oh, David has gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who gets them. Okay. Laura, Tristan, David, Paul 5, and D-Web have been gifted memberships. Thank you so much, David. Let me get you a donation dance. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Thank you, Zach, and thank you so much, David. Greatly appreciated. And yes, happy Transgender Visibility Day as well. Is that officially today? I know there's a thing on campus for that on Thursday, I seem to recall. But yes, it is today. Okay, I see. I can see why they didn't do it on campus on, I guess Thursday was the closest day to today. Bring back we can bring back our trans pride bedding tree. We will put down our bedding tree there for today. At celebration. All right, so let us figure out what is going on in this Mixo puzzle. We have Mixo, by the way, I should say, is one of the most sort of distinctively styled setters. I really tend to like Mixo puzzles. But they tend to sort of, I feel like Mixo would be high on the list of setters who, if you provided 10 puzzles and one of them was a Mixo puzzle, you could guess which one was the Mixo puzzle. Place the digits 1 through 9 exactly once in every row column box. Good. Kropki pairs, digits connected by a white dot are consecutive. Digits connected by a black dot have a ratio of 2 to 1. Not all dots are necessarily given. Colored lines in the grid are Renban lines. Okay, so all the colored lines are Renban lines. We just had to match the colors. All Renban lines in the grid move orthogonally between neighboring cells and do not branch, do not overlap. Each line has a unique color. And the grid is covered with fog. So yeah, so as we enter digits, we will get the fog sort of displacing itself. So we'll sort of learn more. But we at least know this much. Like that. Okay, and they move orthogonally. Do we know they're none overlapping? Do not overlap. Yep, do not branch. So that actually means that this is forced because they only move orthogonally and they don't overlap. And this is also forced because, again, they don't move they only move orthogonally and they don't overlap, which now actually forces that this one looks like that. So just by geometry, we've gotten this sort of forcing. And now we have a length 6, sorry, no, we have a length 7 Renban in a row with a black dot. So this black dot has to be 1, 2, because these have to be from 1 to 8, 9 if you want. So we have found a Renban. So these are from 3, 6, 4, 8 for what it is worth. Because of that. So that means that these are the other ones. Let's see, what are the other ones? 5, 7, 9. Okay. Let's see. During Man City versus Arsenal. I'm sorry, Jack. Good luck to your team, though. It is true. This is 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 because of the black dot. I agree with Tristan that the pink can't just go across. But it could do something like that. Let's see. So one of these yellows is going to have to go down. Let's see. What else do I know about the world? Let's see. Is 3, 6 going to be a problem because it's going to rule this digit off of all of yellow, or can yellow actually make it? Does yellow have enough cells to make it to row 5? That's the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think the answer is no. So that means that if this were a 3, 6, that either 3 or 6 would be entirely ruled off of yellow. And so yellow would therefore be a maximum of 6 cells long, but yellow is more than 6 cells long. So this can't be 3, 6. This is 4, 8, and I think we're going to get that that's a 2, but let me note that this is 3, 6 now. Okay, now this certainly can't be a 4 because that would be a 4, and I certainly can't rule 4 off of this length greater than or equal to, actually, it's just going to be 9 length, right? This is going to have to be 9 length because it's got to be more than 7, and 9 is the only next option. And so if this is a 9 length, I can't have any repeated digits here, so this is going to have to be a 2. Okay, and we get our digit dance with our 2. We can bring out Zach. Ba-boop-a-doop, duka-duka-duka, ba-doop-a-doop, duka-duka-duka, ba-doop-a-doop, duka-duka, woohoo! Ba-doop-a-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah-ha! Boop-boop-a-doop, wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so that, of course, gives us some additional digitage like that. Very nice. And now we do have some white dots. I was wondering if the white dots were going to turn out just to be a troll, because I think this is the color that looks most like the purple, but this was also the color that looked most like the pink, but I don't think I'm going to confuse that these are actually the same one. Oh, wow, yeah, it is April Fool's Day tomorrow. Yes, that's right. So I have to call my mother today for Easter and call my mother tomorrow for her birthday? Wow, that's so much calling. Okay, so the 5, 7, 9, how many of them can really go onto these white dots? Well, the 9 can't at all. If you look at it, because there's an 8 in the column already. So there's a 9 here for whatever it is worth. Let's see. And let's see. There's a 2 over down here, so chance of bet tree. Let's see, can there be a 7 on these dots? If there's a 7 on these dots, then it would have to be, well, there's a 5 or a 7 on them. And if there's a 7, there's also a 5. That's how chat works. Or how chat's point works. So There's not room to put both 5 and 7 with the 9. So there's a 5 or a 7 here. But if there's a 7, it has to go 7, 6, 5. So there's always a 5 over in this column, is the point. And it could go 4, 5, 6, for example. Okay. So what do I do with that? So there's a 5 here. There's a 2 here. Oh, yes. Do please make the YouTube algorithm happy and click the like button. The YouTube algorithm gets very, very excited. And we like to keep our algorithms happy and excited. And I guess I know that 1 and 9 are down here just because of the way white dots work. So there's only one more digit that's down here, I guess. So that digit has to be 3 or 6, I guess, because we can't put both 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is that right? That doesn't sound right. No, it does. It's not right. I can, sorry, because there's a 3 or 6 there already, right? Sorry. So J. Dyer points out that we actually know that yellow has a 4 and an 8 in row 4. And pink, we actually know, has a 3 and a 6 in row 3. So that actually means yellow's 3 and 6 are also there. So this digit's not 3, 6, 4, or 8. So if I just write in all the options, it's not 3, 6, 4, or 8. I agree. And it's not 2 either. It's definitely not a 1 or a 9. So this digit can only be a 5 or a 7, which makes this 4 or 6. Makes this 3, 5, or 7, I believe. Yep. I think all of that is correct. Let's see. We know this is going to be length 9 as well. So it's going to have its 4, 8 up here. I really felt like this 9 here was going to be useful, but yeah, both of these are length 9. Microstudy calls this one of the steps of all time. So this is not 2, 5, 7, or 9, for sure. And we know that the 4 and the 8 on yellow are in this row, so that's not 4 or 8. And we know that the 3 and the 6 in this row are here. Wow. This is a naked single 1. Is that real? That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Oh, wow. And this Renban is this Renban. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's already too long. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it has to be that. I think J. Dyer would say it's obviously that because geometry parity thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's just any sort of wigglage that I introduce adds 2 to the length of the minimum. Those are not different colors. I don't have a color in Line Land that looks more similar to this than the pink, which is the same one that's up there. So I think that actually just forces that this just looks like that. If I understand the world. So we've got that. And so this doesn't have a 1 on it. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like if I had to choose a different color, I'd have to choose like gray or something. Uh, has a 9, so no 1. Yeah, it has a 9, so no 1, right? The 9 I thought was exciting, but maybe it's not exciting. Hello, present. Yeah, so the 1 is over here. Yeah, that's true. Because, again, this is a length 8 Renban with that. Oh, yeah, Emma's right. Yellow is forced because yellow, we said, needs a total of 4 digits because it needs 3, 6, and 4, 8 in this row. So you can actually do that, and these are my 3, 6, 4, 8 quadruple. There we go. And so now this belt must extend over here. And remember, this needs 2 digits down here, so it's going to look like that. Although I guess it kind of wanted to look like this if I followed what it seemed to want, so we can do that. Okay. So, and these are the 3, 6 pair because of that. So these are 5, 7, 9 just by writing across. However, this can't be a 9 because this Renban already has a 9 on it, hilariously. So that makes this a 9 over there. I did spend a while working on being able to tie cherry stems into knots with my tongue, but I was never very good at it. I was good, however, at doing it with my hands and then pretending to do it with my tongue. Which is much easier, I will say. Let's see. This 5, 7's got to show up over here somewhere. These digits, one of them could go there. The rest of them have to be from 3, 6, 4, 8. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I could contemplate things like, can this really be 3, 6 or not? Is a reasonable thing to contemplate. I guess I can fill in the rest of yellow. The rest of yellow has to be 1, 2, 5, 7, 9. And that one's not the 9, so see, that was very useful. Let's see. What am I doing with my life now? I feel like I've lost the thread here. Perhaps the natural question is if there's a white dot here or not. 9 in box 5. Thank you, Selena. Yes, that's an excellent spot. Right. The 9 in box 5 joins the 1, so that's huge. And so that means that these 2 digits, that means that the 2 digits here that aren't 9 are from up here. Because the 2 digits here that aren't 9 have to go into box 5, and they aren't 1 and 9, so they have to go there. So these digits are from 3, 6, 4, 8, and 9. And of course, that one's not 4. Now, there's always a 3 or a 6 on this string. Because if there's no 3 and no 6, then it's taken from 4, 5, which doesn't work. So if there's always a 3 or a 6 in the white dots, there's only 1, 3, 6 in here. At most, I guess. Well, that doesn't quite work. Sorry, my math doesn't quite work out the way that I had hoped. Uh, okay. Right. Okay, so this can't be a 5-7 as Sayori's point. Because uh no, sorry, that's not how it works. This has to be a 5-7, I think, actually. Because the second 5-7 already occurs on this Renban in this box. So I've got two 5-7s on the Renban in this box. No 5-7s are allowed in this column because of the 5-7-9 triple. These aren't 5 or 7. So this actually has to be 5-7, which means this is a 6. There we go. Okay, and so that gives me the 3 and the 6 up there. The 6 goeth away. Up there. This is a 3, 4, 8, 9. Oh, and these aren't 9, of course, because you already got a corner marked 9, or already have a 5-7-9 triple, whichever way you want to look at it. These are 1, 6, and sorry, not 1, 6, and 9. These are 1, 4, and 9. For what it's worth. 1, 4, and 9. 9. 9. Anyone? There we go. Okay. So we've got that. I can block off that this is 1, 2, 4, 8. Okay, that's a good question. Screaming Ice Cube asks where this digit goes in row 5, allowing some catch-up. So we have this going there, and so this is also catch-up. Let's see. So 6 on this Renban is definitely in here, is I think what Jim is saying. It is what Jim is saying. Somehow I misread Jim's comment as saying the 6 on the column 5 Renban, but it's in the box 5 Renban. Yeah, so the 6 has to go here because it needs one, so it's not there. So it definitely is here. So this black dot doesn't have a 6 on it, which unfortunately we already knew, but okay, well, this Renban needs a 2. Oh, but the 2 could be down there. Never mind. Sayori asks where this digit goes in row 5, which is good because it's not any of those spots or that spot. So it's in fact on the 1, 2, 4, 8 thing. So this can't be a 3. And that means there's definitely a 4 on this because it's got to have a 4 or an 8 on it. And so that 4 looks over and says that's not a 4. And so in fact that actually places the 4 now because we've got a 3, 8, 9 triple. So we've got that is pretty exciting. We've got a new Renban. This one can be outlined in red. I am interpreting Garian's point. One moment. Oh, Garian's talking about this point. Yes. If this was 3, it would go on this dot. So Garian says this is not 3. I agree. So one of these two is 3. In fact, actually, oh no, I was going to say this digit is on the black dot, but it doesn't have to be. If this is a 9, it can be there and there. 1 in row 5 per Emily, because this Renban we know does not have a 1 on it. So this is now the only spot for 1 in row 5. So that's a 1 and that's a 9, which has made that an 8, a 3, and a 9, which is pretty spicy. We've got an orange Renban over here. And this orange Renban has 2 digits on it that are not consecutive, so it needs to grow at least 1 more in length. And in fact, actually, it's got to grow more than that. Because none of 1, 4, and 9, definitely 1, 4, 9 is not a string of 3 digits. Because 4 and 6 in this column are already gone, this is going to go through the bet tree. Now, actually, orange is now a length 9 Renban, actually. So it's got to keep growing because it's got all of these digits on it. We know the red... Oh, did I lie? I think I lied when I said the red had to extend, because the 5 doesn't have to be on the red. But this does have to extend. Oh, no, this does have to extend because there's 4 evens in this column. So it does. So red actually does have to go into the bet tree, which means orange does have to go over here. Oh, also red is over here, so red is not a 2-cell 1. I sort of missed it because I didn't originally see the other end. Once I saw the other end, it was a little easier to tell that this was not going to be a 2-cell line. Let's see. So, I mean, I can't go above this. It's just got to be that, right? There's no... it's just got to be this, because if I can't go up because I see all those cells, and I can't go down because it would cut off orange. So I think red is just forced to be this, which now I think makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that makes orange completely forced, which makes these be from 1, 4, 9, because these 2 digits are these 2 digits. By some sort of law of leftovers nonsense. So we've got all of that. Okay. Yeah, we can fill in the triples. That's a good idea. 3, 5, 7. These aren't actually 5, 7, or 9. They're 2, 6, 8. No 5s. No 2s. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 length Renban. Oh, I guess we know what this quintuple is, Selena points out, because if we look at the whole thing, we know the whole thing is everything but 1, but it's already got a 4, an 8, and a 9 on it. And so this is a 2, 5, 7, so this is a 3, 6. To finish it off, and then this is a 4, 8, and so these are a 3, 6 up here. Very wise. Oh, and we know the 2 is here, actually, if you just look at where 2 is in this box, and so the 2 is not there. So we've got all of that happening. Okay. That is very clever. Okay, so Sayori spots something that's very interesting about 9 in box 8, which is that 9 in box 8 can't go on orange because orange already has a 9 owing to this 1, 4, 9 triple, and it can't go on the black dot, and everywhere else that's left is on this line. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Unfortunately, all that tells us is that 1 and 2 are not on this line. So where is 1 now in this box? Okay, that does actually do something, because it tells us where 1 is in this box. Namely, 1 has to be on here, right? Because we've already got a 1 on orange, and red, now that it has a 9, can't have a 1, so these are in fact a 1, 2 pair. So that's not a 1. That actually places the 2 in column 6 by Zackwing. because if you look at this arrangement, my 2 in column 6 can't go in box 8 or box 5, so it has to go exactly here. I love the times in a fog of war puzzle where you place a digit that is in a 3x3 block of fog. That is the most satisfying thing in fog of war puzzles for me. I am kind of surprised that Mixo is not part of the group of well-known fog of war haters. Actually, Jay Dyer says the same thing I was thinking, which is, oh no, we seem to have gotten the pink line wrong somehow. But I think actually it's not us who got the pink line wrong. I think Mixo misinterpreted the pink line. Let's see. Oh, this 2 knocks 2 out of there. Well, Mixo is like the pink line's parent, and you know, parents don't always know what is best for their children or understand what their children really want to be. Go. Oh, there's also no 2 on the red line. That's right, because the red line is 3 through 9. So the 2 is in fact definitely here once we remember what the red line is. So there we go. So that is the 2. So there's a 2 over here somewhere. Let's see. All right. U2 ranks. Okay, so this is, I might as well fill in this this quadruple. It does not actually have a 3 or a 6 in it. Definitely has a 1 and a 2. Those 149s. Well, I guess I could say I know the 4 in this box is in here for whatever that does. Okay. I think I should ask myself what this digit is. Okay, so I know that it's not 1 or 2 or 9 by Sudoku. I know that it's not 6 or 8 for the silly reason that if this digit was 6 or 8, then I'd ask where 6 and 8 went in box 7 and it would go there. So that doesn't work either. So this is not 6 or 8. So this is only 3, 4, 5, or 7 for what it's worth. It's actually oh wow, Sayori has a 6 spot again, which is that there's a 3-6 pair in this column, ruling 6 off of that. So there's definitely a 6 on the orange line down here because the orange line needs a 6 and it can't get it anywhere else. So we know there's a 6 down here. And so now we ask where the 6 on the red line is. And the 6 on the red line now has to be there. And so we get our 6 and our 8. Congratulations to all the 6 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So there's a 6 in one of these two sloops. Sorry. There's a 6 in one of these two cells we know. So now 8 on this line is in here. I agree with that. 8 on this line is in here, and so now I carry forward. Where does 8 go in box 9? And it now only goes there. Good. Now we have a little bitty itty green line. However, the little itty bitty green line has to go up because, again, these two aren't consecutive no matter what. In fact, actually, not only are these two not consecutive, they need at least a length 4 line. So we have that. Okay. There's just not enough cells for this to be a 1-9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is at most a 7 length. I kind of want to. I don't doubt it's intended, but I want to use the fact that this Renban has length at most 7. And actually, if you want to make a stupid uniqueness argument, actually this line. Oh no, that's not true. Sorry. Eventually, we'll sort of fill in the fog, so we will. We don't have to uniquely resolve which way this line goes. But yeah, there's definitely a 4 down here because this certainly isn't 1, 9. So this is not a 4. That is one thing. There's definitely a 3 or a 6 on here, but I can't quite make that work. Oh, okay. Garion has just notes there's just no 8 on this Renban anywhere, so it doesn't have a 9. So these, in fact, are a 1-4 pair, which means that is a 9, which means that's a 4 and that's a 1. So there's a 3 on this Renban somewhere. These, by the way, are 4, 8, 9, just to finish off the Renban, because we've got our 3, 5, 7 triple. 8, 9. Okay, so if those are 4, 8, 9, now what are these? Okay, well, they're not 4. They're not 1 either. So 3, 5, 6, 7. This one's definitely odd because it's next to a 4 or 8, so it's not 6. 3, 5, and 7 seem possible. This can't be 9 because that can't be 8. So in fact, that's 9. And this one's also odd because it's next to an even, and so that is a 6 there. That's pretty nice. So that's a 3 and a 6 up there. Sayori has noted that whichever one of these is 8, the one that goes below it has to be 7, and so therefore that's never 7. And that's never 7. I concur with that assessment. Oh, there's a 4, 8 pair in this column. Does that do anything? I don't know. Apparently this white dot sees 3 even digits. It sees 6 and 8 and 2. So this white dot has to have a 4 on it. Okay, so every white dot needs an even digit and an odd digit. However, 2 is not on it, 8 is not on it, and 6 is not on it. So the even digit on it is 4. So this is from 3, 4, 5 only. That one's not a 3. Oh, actually, that one's not a 3 either because the 3 is also spoken for. So this is, in fact, outright a 4, 5 pair. So ketchup is a 7. This is a hell of a puzzle, by the way. So that's the 7, which goes with the 8. That's the 4, which goes with the something. It's a 4 and an 8 up there. Let's see. These are not 7. These aren't 7. That's not 7. That is not 7. Let's see. Okay, so that 4, 5 has got to go over here somewhere. I don't know. I don't know that it's been done before. I have not done a whole lot of Fog of War puzzles, but this is a very cool idea. I agree. So this is not a 5 because there's a 4 or 5 pair in the column, and indeed we can sort of fill in the rest of what's down here. And this is now a naked single because it's not a 3 because of the 3, 6 pair, and it's not a 5, so it is a 2, which makes that a 1. And so this is not 1, 2, or 3, 6, or 5, so this is a 9. Okay, so we've got all of that. This Renban definitely needs a 2, so it has to go into the last possible cell to get the 2. Good spot, because the 2 was sort of blocked out of this box. And so now we know what the Renban is, meaning that these are 3 and 5, meaning that that's not the 6 anymore, so that is the 6, and that's the 5, and that's the 3, and the 7. And so we learn many more digits over here. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6. Oops. 9. Okay. Da, 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 da. There's a 1-7 pair in this row, which makes that a 2. Good call, and makes that a 5. Very good. I probably can just paint the rest of the world with pencil marks and find some more naked singles. Naked AFKs, whatever you want. 4, 9, 7... 8, 6, 1, 9, 4, 8, 1, 4. That was wonderful. I really enjoyed that one. Very, very, very cool puzzle. Probably my favorite Fog of War puzzle I've ever done, actually. Yeah, very nice. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will return in a moment with more puzzlage. So see you in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We have another puzzle in the Zeta bait genre. So of course, as soon as I saw this, I had to do it. Now, this is Zeta bait with a small twist, and the small twist is that there's a little bit of sort of modifier cell going on. So let's figure out this. Yeah, I have said before that the Zeta bait genre is just Renban and black dot puzzles. If a puzzle is just like Renban and black dots, then I'm almost assuredly there. Like it would probably have to be rated 40% on LMD for me to not do it. All right. Yes, a perfectly normal 11 cell Renban, just like we do. Okay, so values along a purple line consist of non-repeating consecutive numbers in any order. As soon as you see the word values appear in a rule set, you know there's going to be some sort of modifier cell involved. A black dot joins two values in a 1-to-2 ratio. There is exactly one Noptinabin cell in each row, column, and box. A digit in a Noptinabin cell has its value either increased or decreased by exactly 1. So a 3 becomes a 2 or a 4. Each digit appears in a Noptinabin cell exactly once. However, it is possible for two digits to become modified to the same value, such as both 5 and 7 becoming a 6. Okay, so just as you would expect, we start in box 8 and 9. And so the point is this needs to be 11 values that are different. And there are 11 total values that are different, that are possible if you think about it, namely 0 through 10, because I can modify a 1 down and a 9 up. And so I need to use both modifiers here. So I can immediately say none of these are modified. And I know that I need both 1s and both 9s down here. So I need a 1 and a 9 up here in order to make that work. Because I need a 1 to be the actual 1. And I need a 9 to be the actual 9. And I need a 1 to be the 0. And I need a 9 to be the 10. And because I only get 2 modifier cells in this whole morass, I can't do something cute like have a 2 be modified to give me the 1, because I just don't have enough modifiers in which to do it. I probably, even with modifiers, don't have both 1 and 9 on a black dot. And so this is a 1 or a 9. And in fact, actually, I already know the modified 9 and the modified 1 are down here. So this cell definitely isn't modified. But in fact, actually, if I put a 9 on this black dot, I definitely have to modify it, but I've already used the modified 9. So remember, I'm not allowed to modify 9 more than once. No, because a 5-9 pair requires I modify a 9, but I've already modified the 9. So this just is a 9. You know, I'm going to be honest. I was expecting that this gray was going to disappear when I entered that 9, and then it didn't. And I was like, uh-oh, did I get it wrong? And then I figured it out. Okay, so now this has to be a 1-3 dot because there's an unmodified 1 on it. Oh, sorry. I should do the dance first. Sorry. Let me have the Zach, and then we'll fill in the 1-3 pair. But we'll bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-doop ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so the reason I say this has to be 1-3 is because I need a modified cell in it, and the 1 is not it. So I need to modify something to go on a black dot with a 1. Well, unless I'm modifying a 3/2 to a 1/2, I need to modify a 3 to a 2. So we've got that combo going on. Okay, and so the actual value here is that this is a 1, 2. So as actual values go, these are a 3, 4, but I have a little flexibility in how I do the 3, 4. So I could, the 2 could, or sorry, the 3 could be like a modified 2 or something, as far as I know. But I guess I can say that I know that these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. We already have an honest one, so uh, oh, I guess, sorry. No, I've already modified the one. So we have an honest one, and I can't have a modified one. Uh, that's not true, Eckbert. Read the rules of the puzzle. You can have 9 on black dots, as long as it's this black dot. Uh, okay. This can't be 5. Oh, no, sorry. This could be 5, as long as it's a 5 that's being modified to be a 4. Okay. Uh, okay. If row 8, column 9 is not a 3. Ah, yes, yes, yes. You have 2 3s, right? Okay, yeah. So that's a great spot from Jay Dyer. Uh, 3 is ruled out of all of these cells by Sudoku. How many 3s are there on this giant Renban? Only 1. So I need to put a 3 here. That is a very good observation. Very clever setting. Okay. I mean, you might as well just fill in the 5, 9 here, right? This is a math pesto puzzle. Like, what? Why am I even pretending it's not going to be that? Let's see. Ranks wants 9 in box 4, not on either of these. So 9 in box 4 goes in one of these and one of these. Again, remember the 9's not being modified anymore because the 9 was already modified down here. In fact, actually, I'm going to pull up my little text thingy, and I'm going to mark that 1 and 9 are the digits that are modified down here, and 3 is the digit that's modified here, just so I can keep track of where my modifiers are in a way that hopefully works. Oops. It's not the most useful interface, but it's better than nothing. Oh, it all went away. Why did it all go away? No! I must have hit the wrong button. 1, 9. I don't think this tool is very well designed. I'll be honest, but I think it's a great idea, and I think someone will someday make a better designed version of it. Okay, so we're gonna sort of keep track of that just so that we sort of know, because by the time I'm get down to only 3 modifiers left, I always lose track of what they are. Okay, so this has a 9 on it, so that means that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. Okay. There are better designed tools that are less free. That's probably true. That's a clever point from Sayori. Uh, this length 5 Renban needs to have a value of 5 on it. So I can't make this a modified 5, because if I do, I remove the ability to use a regular 5 and a modified 5 from this length 5 line. So this is not a 5. Uh, uh, I'm trying to understand various points about 1s and 9s. Oh, right. Sorry, this one as well. This one as well. It would be exactly the same here. Sorry, I was thinking a 5 could go here without being modified, but a 5 can't go here without being modified because remember, there's an unmodified 1 here. Uh, so, okay, so people are interested in 1 in box 4. So we can't put 1 on this line because this Renban has a 9 on it. So the 1 goes up here somewhere. And the 1 can't go on the Renban because of this 2, 3, 4 is the point. Because if I put a 1 on the Renban, I would need both of these values on the Renban because I'd need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, I only can fake one of them. So in fact, this is always the 1, and that's a 9. That is a good point. And so now we can do a bunch of things, like we can gray those. In fact, this is a 3, so in fact, it can be yellowed. This is a 1, so it can be gray, and all of these can be gray as well. And if this is gray, it's not a 6. I already knew that wasn't a 9, but we'll go with it anyway. And so this digit's a 3. I knew that already, I guess, actually. Oh, no, sorry. This could be a modified. This could be a 2 or a 4 modified to be a 3. The value of this cell is 3. I just don't know whether it's an actual 3 or not. Okay. That is fair. Okay. So what do you mean there's a value of 2 on the Renban already? I don't know if this is a value of 2 or a value of 4. The modified is a 3 because of the black dot. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a black dot here. Okay. Sorry, I kept looking at this black dot and thinking people were thinking 6 steps ahead and trying to make it work, but no. This is a 2 because there's a black dot here that I just had completely deleted from my brain. Yes. So therefore this is a 2. So this can't be a 2. It's got to be a 4. Okay. And then the missing value is 2. So this always has a value of 2. Aha. This always has a value of 2, which means this cell has to be modified. Because the only things that go with a 2 are there. Oh, sorry, no, it's a missing value of 3, right? Sorry, missing value of 3, right? Because we've modified the 3, right? This is a value of 3. And so this must be a value of 6. Okay, so 4, 5, 6 we can fill in. Oh, and it's not a 4, apparently. So this is a 5 or a 6. Oh, but this can't be a modified 5, per Sayori's point from earlier. Sorry, 5, 6, 7. But it can't be a 5. Because if it was a 5, it would be modified, and you can't use a modified 5. So it's a 6 or a 7. Is the answer. Sorry. Okay. So we've got all of that. If this were a modified 5, there wouldn't be a regular 5 on this length 5 Renban. Microstudy. That's true. Okay, so Jaleb has a good point. Yeah, if I modified the 7, well, this Renban definitely needs a value of 7 because it has a value of 9, and I wouldn't be able to get that. So actually, this is just a boring 6. Okay, which now means all of these cells are boring too, because now the only possible way that I was going to put an exciting cell on here was if it was a 6, but it's not. Okay. I know there's a 9 up here. So, okay, so I know that these need to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the only modified digit that I could put on here is I could modify a 4, but the 4 in the box is gone. So the logic that we've said about 5 and about 6 actually applies to every digit on this Renban because there's a 4 in the box. So that means that one of these two is spicy, which means none of these are spicy. Just for the record. Okay. Right. And so I know what these digits are. Not those, though. The digits are these. That one's not a 5 because it's on a black dot, and it's not modified, so this would have to be a modified 9, but I've already modified the 9 down here. So one of those is a 5. And so this is a 2 or a 3. Now, 1, 2, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. This can only be a 2 if it's modified. However, no, 2 if it's modified would be okay. So both of these cells have a value of 3. I haven't modified 13 yet in the puzzle. That's why I didn't remove the 7. I've modified 9, though. Okay. But it goes to... But I take the point that this can't be this can't be a modified 13 for other reasons. So this is an 8. Let's see. So we've got that. Okay, so this is a 3, 4, or 5. So if this is an unmodified 3, then it forces this to be a modified 5. Oh, 3 was already modified. Thank you. Yes, 3 was already modified. Good. Okay, so I actually can fill in these digits because remember, I know this cell has a value of 3 regardless. So these digits actually are always 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we know none of those are 4, so we know one of these is 4. For whatever it is worth. Right. Whatever... It's definitely a modified 2, Ranks points out, because we know that regardless of what happens, it is a modified 2. That's true. Okay. Where do we need the modified pole 5? I think the thing I was told not to forget, I think I forgot. Let's see. Darn it, I touched the button, but I sneezed before I could press the button. Where is 3 in column 2 is a good question. So this is the 3 in column 2, just by examination. And so therefore it is gray, and this is yellow and is 2'd. And therefore this is yellow and is 5. And we can fill in the 5 up here. So our remaining to be modified numbers are 4, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to mark that here. Just for my sanity. This is a 7, 9 pair, so that's an 8. I agree with that. These are a known pair as well. They are 2, 4. They are 2, 4. Let's see. There is a 2 in one of those cells for what it is worth. 5 and 7 in column 1 actually are down here. I should have just filled in the quad. I was just resisting filling in the quad, but apparently it was pointless to resist filling in the quad. I should have just filled it in. 5, 7, 4, so these are 6, 8. And so I can fill in this sextuple, and it'll be nice. So no 7s over here. No 6s or 7s here. So that's a 1, 3, 4 razzmatazz. Okay. So we have to somehow now make progress into the rest of the world. So I know there's a 1 over here and a 9 over here. So one of these Renban has a 1 or a 9 on it. Oh, the Paul 5 sees some cells. Yes, good, good, good. So we can do some grayage. I know this definitely isn't a 9 because it's on a black dot. Let's see. Is there one of these that obviously can't be a 1 or a 9? Sayori says, yes, this is the one that obviously can't be a 1. I don't see why it can't be a 1, though. I mean, I just put a 2, 3 here. There's nothing wrong with there being a 2, 3 here, right? Oh, right. The problem is that if there's a 1 here, then that's a 2, but the Renban also needs a 2. And I'm out of things that I can modify into a 2, because 1 and 3 are the only things I can modify into a 2. Got it. Okay, so if this is a 1, then I need 2 2s, but I can't get 2 2s. So that's not a 1. And so these are indeed a 1, 9 pair. This is a 5, 6, 7, or 8. As previously noted, it's not a 5 or a 7 because I've already modified the 9 and the 13. So this needs to be a value of 3 or 4. So I can't modify a 2 to get to 3. So I could be 3 or 4, and I can't modify a 5 actually. So this is a 3, 4, but it could, funnily enough, be a modified 4. Modified to be a 3. However, in no instance can this be a 9, right? Because the value of this is low. Because the value of this is 3 or 4. So this can't be a 9. So that's a 1 and that's a 9. So we've got that. No 1s here, no 9 there. Now, that's a good point from JLib, that now I know the values of this Renban are from 2, 3, 4, and I know I'm not modifying a 5 anywhere, so actually all of these are unmodified because of the modified 5. Yeah, the modified 5 just sort of caps this off, which then gives us this. Using the Ranks theorem, as the Ranks Sayori theorem, I feel like it should be. So yeah, so this is an honest 2, 3, 4 triple for whatever that is worth, which means either that's an 8 or that's an 8. This is a 5, 7 for what it's worth, because that 5, 7 needs to go there in this box, and they can be ketchuped. If I knew it was a 5, then I would know that it thing. Is there some there's some J. Dyer Sudoku modifier thing here to tell me that this can't be a 5 or can't be a 7 because it would redouble the 5 or something, I think. I don't think I can quite figure it out, but there's some Sudoku point. Someone in chat will explain the Sudoku point as to why this either has to be 5 or can't be 5 or something. Okay, so ranks notes there's a 5 and a 7 in row 6 on the Renban, so these can't be 5 or 7. I agree with that. So this is down to 4, 6, 8. That is always cute. Okay. So we've got that. So might as well fill in that these are 5, 6, 7, 8. And those aren't the 8, of course. Okay, so this is never a 5 because it's on a black dot and would have to be modified, and I've already modified the 5. This could be a modified 7. That would be okay. Oh, right. Okay, so when I said 8 goes in 2 places, I was screwing up that well, sorry. The 8 was in 2 places, but this 5, 7 was only in 1 place, and the only 1 place that it was the other place that 8 could go. So this has to be an 8. So that's an 8 and a 4. Thank you for pointing that out. So none of those are 8, which now makes this just a 4, 8 pair. Okay, so there is a 5, 6, 7 triple in this row now, so I might as well fill this in. So these are not 5, 6, or 7. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4 only. This can't be a 5 because 5 is too far from 8 if I don't modify it, and I can't modify it. Because I've already modified it. So this is a 6 or a 7. And likewise, this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, I suppose, and it can't be a 6 just for Sudoku reasons. Okay. This has to be modified. Okay, we did not have to do the Sudoku thing I thought we were going to with like, oh, this would be 2 things. It was David Ratner, D-Web, so you can thank David Ratner, who is awesome. Yes, so this just can't be a 6, because if it was a 6, I'd need a 3 here, unless I modified the 6 to be a 5 or a 7, which I will leave as an exercise to the reader, does not help. So this is, in fact, a modified 7, which makes ketchup 5, makes lots of gray. Oh, more gray over here even. Makes this a 4. That a 6. That a 7. Aha! And so now this is modified because of that. And it's a modified 8, not a modified 9. So I'll fill in the wrong digit just to keep you on your toes. So we get all of that gray. This is not a 4. Okay. Oh yeah, so now if I edit this this thing, so this is the 8, this is the 7, and now I still need to modify a 4 somewhere, but not in the box with an unmodified 4. So in this box, the modified digit is a 4. And in this final box, the modified digit is a 6. And so that is going to let us do a little bit of cleanup further, because now I know the modified digit here is a 6, so I know those 2 cells are unmodified. Okay. Sure, so there's definitely a modified 6 in one of these 2 cells. So these are not modified. So here's my modified 1, 9. Yeah, so the modified 6 is being modified to be an extreme digit. What can I do with the shading in box 9, J. Dyer? I don't see it yet. Yeah, the 6 has to be modified to be a 7, because if the 6 is modified to be a 5, it would have to be 5, 4, 3, but it can't be. So the 6 is modified to be a 7 with an 8, 9. So this is 6, 8, 9. That one's not the 6 or the 8. Actually, that one just is the 9. Aha. So now we actually know, thanks to that 9, we now know actually even more. We now know it is the 1 that is modified in this box. And it is the 9 that is modified in this box. And so that's not the 1. For what it's worth. These aren't the 9 for what it's worth. That is the 6, and that's the 8. The 6 is modified. The 8 is not. This comes over here. So there is a modified 4 on the black dot. So the modified 4 has to go with a 6 that is unmodified. So this is a 4-6 pair. For what it is worth. 6 is not quite too big. Okay, I was worried the 6 would be too big. So that makes that a 2 just by Sudoku. That a 6. That's not a 4. So that is a 4 because of the 1-3 pair. Let's see. 8 in box 9 is placed. Emma points out. 8 is placed there, which makes that a 6 and an 8. Let's Sudoku up these cells. So this seems to be a naked 1 of all things. 2, 6. So these aren't 1 or 2. Those are a 3-7 pair, which makes that a 5, actually. That 2-3 pair actually makes that a 7, and that a 3, and that a 1, and that a 3. So we've got all of that. So now I might as well Sudoku up these digits. These aren't 2. And in fact, this one's a 5 because there's a 4-8 pair looking at it. So this digit is a 2 or a 7, just to finish off the row. Row 1 only has 1 digit left, which is a 5. So that is not a 5. Okay, well, I'm not putting an 8, 9 with a 1, 2, 3, 4 without a 5 in the middle. So this is always a 2. So that is a 9 and an 8. So that's a 4 and an 8. So that's a 6 and a 4. And the 4 is the one that's being modified. The 6 is unmodified. So we can undo those. So those aren't the 9 anymore. So there's definitely a 9 in this column now. This isn't a 6. Those aren't 4. This can't be 2 because it would be a second 2. That's not 2 because of the column. That's not 7 because of assorted things. It's not 3 either because this is a 3. And so this is a 3, so this isn't a 3, so it's a 1. And this Renban paradoxically needs a 4, so that is a 4. There we go. Okay, and so the 9 now is on the black dot, so it has to be a 5, 9. As I said, we really could have just filled that in to begin with. If we were so inclined. So that resolves the 7, the 6, and the 5 like that, which resolves the 3 and the 7. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so those are a 2, 7, so that makes that a 3. Like that. None of these are 9 because there's a 5, 9 pair there, so that's a 1 and a 6. And so the 1 is the modified digit in that box. So that's modified. So that's modified. So these aren't modified. And so that is that. That is that. You got the 4 and the 9, 2 and the 4, 7 and the 5, 2 and the 7, 2 and the 7, 3 and the 9, 2 and the 1, 2 and the 3. And there we go. A very lovely puzzle there from Math Pesto. With a 5, 7, and 9 all appearing on a black dot. Very nice. Yeah, I like that one quite a bit as well. Alrighty, I am again going to take a quick break, stretch a bit, and return with more puzzles. So be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We have a little multivariant action coming up here next. So this is Caged Diamonds by Dr. Logic. So we have the return of the purple lines, the first appearance for this stream of the green lines. The green lines, the digits next to each other have to differ by at least 5. The gold lines, no 2 digits on the gold line can be consecutive. So if you have a 2 on it, you can't have a 3 on it anywhere. The thermos, where you have to put the digits in order, starting with the lowest digit in the circle. But they don't have to be like Renban order. It could be 3, 5, 7, for example. And then we have some killer cages. So digits can't repeat in a killer cage. And I'm assuming all the cages labeled N must sum to some number that we have to determine. I assume that's in the rules somewhere. Yes. So yeah, we've got to figure out what the N is. Okay. Oh, and the white dots need to be consecutive. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we've got this whole weird pattern going on. So if I do like a little high-low coloring of this, then I will get that because these are on a Renban, this digit has to be either yellow or 5. So I'll splash it as yellow-green. Uh, and so that sort of has two purples looking up at this Renban. So this Renban, it's going to be really hard for this digit to be purple. It's not impossible, but it's difficult, I think. Oh, actually, sorry. This is the middle digit of the Renban because of the way the Renban and the Nabner interacts. So a Renban normally could be in any order, but actually this Renban has to be in order because these two digits are on a Nabner. So the middle digit definitely isn't 5. So maybe one of the outer digits is 5. But let's see. Okay, so these can't all be purple. So at least one of them is yellow, I guess. Let's see. Can I do a similar thing here? I cannot. Okay, so let's just do this since people in chat are doing it anyway. What digit can really go in the center of this thing? So 5 can't because 5 doesn't go on a German Whispers at all. 4 or 6 would force you to repeat. If you look at it, that would force you to repeat the same digit. It can't be 3, 7 either, because if this is 3 or 7, say it's 3, the only digits that could go on the outside are 8, 9, but those are consecutive, so we can't do 3, 7 either. And as noted, this has to be the middle digit of the Renban, so it can't be 1, 9 either, because if this were, say, 1, these would have to be 2, 3, just repeating the can't be the middle, or has to be the middle digit of the Renban. So these have to be 2, 8. Okay. So we've got that. And so so these are each from 1, 9, 3, 7, if you want. And so these are all the same color, and we know what the color is, because the color can't be purple. Because if the color was purple, that would be 5 purples. So these are, in fact, all yellow, which means these digits are purple. Just for the record. And the 2, 8, that means that these are the purple 1, 3, 7, 9, Sayori points out, because the 2, 8 only go with that. Hey, Joel and Leer, welcome. So 2, for example, goes with 7, 8, 9, but I need 2 things that can hang out together on a Nabner. So we get all of that going on. Okay. Oh, I am enjoying the puzzle, Dr. Logic. Are you of any relation to the Doc Logic that makes word puzzles? Chat was curious before. Yes. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so now, do I know anything about what happens with this? I kind of want to investigate. I saw Garion say something on a completely different thread, but it sounded interesting to me, which is that Garion asked where 1 goes in this box. And so those, for example, can't be 1. This can't be 1 either, because if it was, then this would go 1, 2, 3, and that would not work. So so those aren't 1, 2, 3. That's not 1. If this was 1, I think that would be okay. If this was 1, that wouldn't be okay either, actually. If this cell is 1, that makes these a 2, 3 pair. That would have to be the 3, but then I'd need a 2 there, so that can't be 1 either. Likewise, if this were 1 or this were 1, it would force a 3 onto the tip of this bulb, which doesn't work. So in fact, at long last, I agree with Garion. This is the 1. So let us bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Boop a doop. Woo! Ba-doop a doop. Wah! Ba-doop a doop. Wee! Ba-doop boo-doop 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 boo. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So no one there. Oops. Okay. 2 can't be on a Renban in box 1. Because if 2 is on a Renban, then I make I put if 2 is on one of the Renban, then I make too many digits that are at most 4 in the grid. So if I make these 2, or if I make one of these equal to 2, then both of these and all of those are at most 4. So that doesn't work. So I can't put a 2 there. If I put a 2 here, then I could do, well, then again, I am making all of these cells at most 4, and that is too many as well. So 2's ruled out of all of those. 2's certainly ruled out of there and there. So the only other place to contemplate is if 2 is here. But again, if 2 is here, then I use the 3 and 4, and I have no digit for that. So the 2 only actually goes there, which is huge because it actually gives me this 8 and actually gives me that yellow is actually orange and that purple is actually blue. So we can get rid of our 7, 9, get rid of our 1, 3, and we can blue these cells. And so these are from 1, 2, 3 for sure. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9, except this one can't be 6 at the very least. This one can't be 7 either, actually. I didn't notice this before, but there's actually a really interesting... Oh, wait, no. No, this can't be 7. Because if this is a 7... what am I putting on this Renban? Well, I need to put a digit higher than 7, and that doesn't work. So this can only possibly be an 8 or a 9. If this was 8, these actually need to be a 6, 7 pair. If this is 9, then I've got a good bit of flexibility. Yeah, in no case is there a 9 on the Renban is a good point, because if I have a cell labeled 8 or 9, then I'm certainly not able to put a 9 on the Renban. That is a good spot from Sayori. Yeah, that's a really cute spot from Screaming Ice Cube that unfortunately we did a different way, but Screaming Ice Cube had a spot that's cute enough, I'll explain it anyway, which is that this Renban could never be 7, 8, 9, because then I'd have 7, 8, 9 there, and then n would be 24. However, that would mean I'd have to make these 6 cells in this cage add to 48, which I will leave as an exercise to the reader, does not work. Okay, so got all of that. So okay, I want to think about the interaction of this 1, 2 and this 8, 9 looking at this whisper, because I think something breaks. I have a feeling, but maybe not quite. If this is an 8, then assuredly this is a 3 and this is a 1. If this is a 2, then these are a 7-9 pair. I guess that's the less exciting option. Oh no, this is no, sorry. Okay, yeah, and those do actually, unfortunately, cover the options. Okay, people want to inquire about the existence of 9 in box 1. What do I know about 9 in box 1? I mean, the 9 is certainly on a Renban, I guess. Yeah, I can't put... Right, the 9 can't go there, so the 9 is on a Renban. But if it's on this Renban, we have a big problem, because then I use all the numbers that could go up here on this Renban. Because if this Renban is 7, 8, 9, it's a big problem. So, in fact, this Renban is automatically 7, 8, 9. So these are all orange. And so this pair is definitely not 7, 9. This pair is 1, 3, which makes this an 8. Wait, sorry. Oh, which makes that a 2. Sorry, because this is the Renban, not the Whisper. Yeah, it's the other way around. Makes it a 2. Yep. I got there. So now these are a 7, 9. Which makes that an 8. Which does make this a 6, 7 with a 5. To round out the box. Okay, so these are a 3, 4... Oops. These are a 3, 4, 5, 6. The 4 and the 5 are definitely down here, so this isn't a 4 or a 5. And it's not a 3 either, for lots of reasons. 1, it would break the thermometer, and 2, it would break the 1, 3 pair in the row. So that is, in fact, definitely a 6. So we can orange that. I think the rest of this is just... well, it gets me that these are a 4, 5 pair because I need to put 4 and 5 in this box somewhere. Oh, and in fact, I know where, actually. If I follow the Sudoku like that. And so these digits are a 2 and a 6. And I know the order of those two. Wow. Okay. So I can dump some pencil marks over here. These I know are not 3, 4, 5. These I know are not 1 or 3. These I know are not 7, 8, or 9. So I've got some stuff up there. Oh. These are actually not 3 because 6 and 7 are only next to 1 and 2, actually. And so that actually lets me sort of reduce this to a triple. Which is... okay, these aren't 6 or 7. And they aren't 1 or 2. So these are 3, 4, and 9. Interesting. This isn't 9 because of the row, points out Screaming Ice Cube, which is wise, so it can be colored blue. One of these is a 9. Pretty interesting, I guess. One of these is a 1, which is pretty interesting. I guess I can pencil mark these as well. That one I don't have a whole lot to say about, unfortunately. But this one I can say a fair amount about. And this one I can say a fair amount about. I know there's an 8 and a 9 here in this mess. I I know there's a 2 in here, as well as a 7. Oh, I know there's not a 9, actually. I can corner mark the 9 in one of those cells, so these aren't 9 at least. So what do we know about the sum of n? So the minimum sum of n would be 14 because these sum to a minimum of 20. No, sorry, these sum to a minimum of 21. So the minimum sum is 11, which actually, funnily enough, lets me place this. So just if you haven't done this math before, these 6 cells sum to a minimum of 21. So the minimum possible sum is half of 21, which is 10.5. So the minimum sum is 11. That means I can't put a 1 in this cage, which actually places the 1 in the column of all things. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got this over here. So now we've got our 189 down here. So that's actually all resolved. So our only possible sums are, in fact, 12 and 13. 14 isn't even possible, right? There's no way to make this cage sum to 14. How is this cage summing to 14? What am I missing? Okay. So we've got that. 3 plus 4 plus 7 isn't possible because the 2 is in the box, Jaleb. There was a 2 in the box. That was the problem. Okay, so therefore, there's definitely a 1 in this cage, huh? Because otherwise it would sum to... Oh, sorry, this cage does not... Sorry, that was a lie. This cage does not sum to n. That was a lie. Okay. What are the missing digits in here? I probably should write down at some point. They're not 1, 3, or 7, 9. Okay, that was not at all insightful, I'm going to be honest. I can look at this diagonal at some point. Do I know for sure that 9 can't fit in one of these cages? I don't think I do. So the sum of these is, again, the two options are that it is 12 and 13, right? 12 and 13. So we can therefore think about what the two options are for this sum, which is 45 minus 24 would be 21, or 45 minus 28 would be 45 minus 28. I can't do that in my head. So it'd be 25 minus 17. So 21 or 17 are the options. 19. Sorry, 19 or 17? 19 or 17. No. 19 or 21? 19 or 21. I think 19 or 21 are the actual options. And people in chat have observed that 2 and 8 are on the diagonal. Can someone actually tell me what the two numbers this could be are? I have lost track in my head. Someone who has actually done the math. Because if one of them is 21, it's not that. It's 17 or 19. Okay, so this is with a 7 or a 9. Or is it 21? Okay, I've got to do the math again. Okay, so if this cage sums to 12, then these would sum to 24, and so this diagonal would need to sum to 21. That's not possible. Okay, so I did do the math right the first time. People in chat just did not believe me. So this can't sum to 12. So this is 247. If you look over here. And now if that's 247, so, sorry, 247. And so that means that now I need to do 45 minus 26. 45 minus 26 is 19, so that makes this 289. Okay, and so this is a 7 and a 6. So 6 goes with 1. That's a 327. That is... Uh-oh. I broke the puzzle. What did I do? Oh, I filled in 7 badly. Okay, sorry. That is a 7. So this 289 makes that a 7. I just hit the wrong button. Okay. So that is a 6 and a 1 with a 7 and a 2 going on. This is not a 9. So that is a 9. That is blue. These aren't 9 because of the killer cage. These aren't 7, so that's an 8-9 pair, which actually makes that a 7 and a 9. Makes that not a 9, makes this 3 and 1. So that is not 3 anymore. That is not 6 anymore. That 3-4 pair has made that a 5, actually. Which makes both of these blue, and I know what they are. 4 and 3. So we've got all of that. These aren't 5 anymore, so that is 5. And now that is 6 because of the 4-8 pair. These seem to not be able to be 7 anymore for reasons. Okay. Let's see. Okay, the total I'm going for is 13. Probably there's some options that are ruled out because of that, but I don't really want to look at it right now. I'm going to look at this instead. So the only odd number left is 7. So this dot needs to have a 7 on it, and the only option is 7, 8. So that makes this a 4. Oops, makes this a 4. And that an 8. And so that makes this a 2. I don't know what this cage did. I really don't think we used it. 9 and 8. I put the 8 in the wrong place, though. So that makes this a 7 and a 9. These aren't 8. Did we use this cage? I swear we did not use this cage to eliminate 9 from these cells. I don't think so, anyway. Stranger things have happened. Okay, and the cage is obviously not doing anything anymore. Okay. So we have that. There's a 5 and a 9 down there. Okay. I do know the parity of this cell. That doesn't seem super useful, but it's true, I suppose. So the total is 13. So these sum to an odd number, so this is an even number. I guess it's 4 or 6 is not terrible. It's at least a little bit restrictive. If this is 4... Oh, this being 4 just doesn't work, because if this is 4, I need these to be 4, 5. Okay, so this is 6. Okay, it actually is useful. So now these need to be 3, 4. In order to make that work. Okay, so that actually was way more useful than I thought it was going to be. So these are not 2, 8, 9, and they're not 3, 4, 6 either. They're 1, 5, 7. Conveniently, that does actually add to 13. So that gets me the 6 over there. That's a 1 now because I've got a 3-4 pair there. In fact, all of this can be balloon. That is an orange 8, 9. This is not 3 or 4. This is not a 1, so it's orange and blue. Da dee dee da dee da. So that's orange as well. The 3-4 pair in column 7. Oh, clears up that 4. Got it. Okay, so yeah, I missed that 4. So now there's a 5-9 pair in this column, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 7. Makes these not 7. Okay. This can't be an 8 because it would make the total too big, because if this is an 8, the minimum sum here is now 14, but the cage only sums to 13, so that's a 1 and that's an 8. I appreciate that I never had to actually think about the cage math. I think from chat, the cage was forced like an hour ago, but I wasn't going to think about it until I absolutely had to, and I actually successfully put off thinking about it. And so that is a 3 and a 9. That is a blue and a green, which must mean that's blue as well. Orange. Let's see. Blue. That gets us a few more digits. That is blue and orange. 2 and 9. Going on, let's see. That is green. That is orange. That is blue. 5, 4. This is blue. You want Zach to dance every time there's a 3 in a corner, but there's a 3 in a corner in like every puzzle. Okay, so now this is a 1-8 pair, and so this has to be a 4. Uh-oh. Oh no, sorry. This is still not a cage with an N in it. I will do it every time. Okay. However, it is a cage with a 1 in it, so this is a 3. And those are both blue. So that is a 2 and a 1, which makes that an 8 and a 1. Oh yeah, I didn't say this cage didn't do anything. We definitely used that cage. I just kept trying to use it as though we did that. It's possible we could have avoided using the cage. I did not attempt to avoid it. So that is an 8. Which makes that a 4 and that orange. 3, let's see, that can be blue. Oh, why did this 6 up here never get colored? This poor 6. It's been waiting very patiently for its color for all of this time. It did not deserve that. 6 and 3, so this is an orange and a blue and a green and an orange. Which makes this the green for the row and this the last orange for the box. 7, 4, 5, 6, 5, and 7. Very nice puzzle there, Dr. Logic. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I really liked the diamonds at the beginning, especially. The diamonds at the beginning were very, very cool. And the way they sort of played with box 5. And I'm always a sucker for puzzles with a bunch of sort of variants interacting in interesting ways. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I will come back with more puzzleage. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, I see Blackjack Fitz is here. We had quite a bit of fun with your anti-night puzzle last time. I hope if you go watch the VOD, you will enjoy it. It was quite an unusually raucous time, even by this stream's standards. And I'd say this stream has a fairly high amount of raucousness, just by Sudoku stream standards. Raucousishness? I'm not sure. All right, but we have a rare treat, which is that Memerister has put out a puzzle. Memerister puts out puzzles at approximately the rate I seem to be putting them out recently. Namely, although I hope to put out a second puzzle this year at some point, fingers crossed. My setting has been going... I have been trying to set things, just hasn't gone well recently. I think I almost have a rule set for a puzzle at the moment. All right, but anyway, Memerister's puzzle. We have normal Sudoku rules. Digits and cages do not repeat, and cage digits sum to the total in the top left of the cage if given. Digits and cages... and white dots indicate the two cells are consecutive. Not all white dots are given. And digits and cages indicate the number of times that digits appear in any cage. So we have that. Oh God, your idea for cycle sums microstudy? I don't think I will steal your idea for a cycle X sums puzzle, but go for it. It sounds absolutely horrid. So anyway, as Sayori has spotted, we know a 3-cell 8-sum always has a 1 in it. And so 1 in a cage in this puzzle means there is 1 in cages in this puzzle, which means that there are no additional 1s in cages. And so in particular, this 10 cage must be 2, 3, 5. All the way. By the way, has someone successfully counted the number of cages and cells? Okay, and so now this is very cute. I can't put a 2 in the 8 cage, because if I put a 2 in the 8 cage, then by Sudoku, together with a 2 in the 10 cage, it will put a 2 in this cage, but that would be 3 2s in cages. And I can't have 3 2s in cages because 2 is not equal to 3. So therefore, this 8 cage has to be 1, 3, 4 instead, which in fact means there's a 3 in this cage, and that's the last 3 in the grid, actually. So all our 3s are spent. So now, do I learn anything if I red X 3s in the 13 cage and red X 1s in the 13 cage? So this is either 2, 4, 7 or 2, 5, 6. So it has the last 2, and that 2 goes here, actually. So let us do the 2 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop, dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop-ba-doop, dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop-ba-doop, dooka, dooka, dooka. Waha! Ba-da-ba-ba-da, waha! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, waha! Thank you, Zach. And Carl has noticed that now this 13 cage can't be 2, 5, 6 because there's no place for the 5. So in fact, it is 2, 4, 7, and we actually know where the 4 goes. So I'll write a 7 there just to keep you on your toes because there's a 4 in this box already. Okay. So how close are we to adding to 30? What is our current sum? We've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15 and 7. That's 22. So we need to use an 8. And that means that we're not using 6 or 9. So I'll just go ahead and write that over here, that the forbidden cells are 6 and 9 for this puzzle. Nice. So if you've not seen how this works, by the way, because there are 30 cells in cages, the digits that occur in cages have to add up to 30, which means the digits not in cages have to add up to 15. Uh, Now, we've already used 1 through 5, and we've used 7, so therefore we need the 8 to get to 30, and the digits that add to 15 that we're not using are 6 and 9. Okay, yeah, no more 1s, 2s, and 3s in cages, and we need a whole bunch of 7s in cages, and we need a whole bunch of 8s in cages, because we don't have that many spots in which to put things. Okay, so... Yep, so we've got all of that. So I know there's a 2. Actually, there's a 2 placed exactly here if you look at it, because 2 is not allowed to repeat in a cage, so that's actually a 2. And so this is a quad. I'll go ahead and fill in the quad, which is... sorry. It's a quad, but it's not a quad that Mark knows about yet. I was excited, but then I was unexcited when I realized that this doesn't work. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know this isn't a 1, so I do know there's a 1 over here, and I know there's a 1 up here. Okay, so people are encouraging me to mark this cell and say that it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's not 6 or 9 because those don't appear in cages at all. So this is uniquely a 7 or 8. I agree. Okay. So... right. Okay. So if we ask about 8s, we need 8 of them. And there's no caged 8 in row 6. So every other row needs an 8 in a cage. So the only place for the 8 in the cage is here. And now every row needs a 7 in a cage because these 2 rows don't have a 7 in a cage. And so that actually gets me a bunch of 7, 8 pairs. If you... uh-oh. I broke the puzzle. Oh, row 6 has a 7. Row 6 has a 7. Right. Okay, good. Good thing, because I'm only getting... if I look at this, I'm only getting 1 7 out of all of this mess. So... because I need... right. I need an 8. I need 2 8s in all of these cells. Just because I need 2 8s in there. So that has to be an 8. And therefore, I only get 1 7 in this mess of cells. In fact, actually, this has to be an 8. Okay, but now I am missing a 7 in this row, and I'm missing a 7 in these 2 rows, so every other row needs a 7. So I do actually get my 7, 8 pairs down here now, finally. And that actually gets resolved. 7, 8, 7, 8, like that, which actually then resolves that 7 as well. Okay, I think we have now handled that math correctly. And these are a 7, 8 pair just by Sudoku, even ignoring other considerations. Oops, I deleted the wrong digit there. And so now, let's see, that is 4 7s. I need a 7 in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one. And I need a 7 in this cage, which actually is going to place a 7 here just by Sudoku. And so I think I've now got most of the 7s marked off. I don't have this 7 marked off yet. Okay, and now 8s. I need an 8 in one of these 3 cells. Oh, and I need... Oh, interesting. think it's okay. Okay. 8 needs to be in a cage in row 4. I agree with that, but I think there's a couple places where that could be. Okay. So we should look at 5s. So what cells can plausibly be 5s? It's these cells can plausibly be 5s. And so now, this is Carl's point, by the way. Now you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 5 rows for 5s. So we need a 5 in all of them. So in particular, those 2 cells are just insta-5s, which makes that a 5 as well. And now, now I know I'm going to get a 5. Not in here, actually, because the 5 in this box can actually be corner marked in one of those 2 cells. However, it can't be this one. Because, again, if I mark the spots that can be 5s, those spots are already 5s. But caged spots that can be 5s live here, and I just said none of those can be 5s. So it has to be here to do that. And so there's a 5 in this cage somewheres. Okay, what about 4s now? 4s. So... what am I missing? Oh, I'm missing that 4. So I need 4s up here. So actually, funnily enough, none of those can be 4s because of that 4. So now this has to be 4, and I have to put a 4 up here, which actually makes this a 4, 5, 7, 8 quadruple. Because I need to put all of 4, 5, 7, 8 in these 4 cells. I assume this was like the whole punchline of the whole puzzle almost. So that is a 5 now. 5, 7. That is an 8 because it sees a... What did I do with the 7s? Okay, one moment. Sorry, that's not 5 or 7. That's not 5. That's not 4 or 5. The 4-8 triple concerned me, so I went back and redid it, and then I seemed not to get a 4-8 triple the next time. No 5s. Okay. So we've got all of that. This isn't an 8 because there's a 7-8 pair in the column now. This is a 6, 8, or 9 just by the box. I'm going to go ahead and mark it. Let's see. Right. I needed an 8 in this row, so this is now 3, 7, 8. Just by my... There was a possibility of 8 being here, but there's not a possibility of 8 being there anymore. So now that is a 3, a 7, and an 8. So we've got a nice pair there. So that is going to do a whole bunch of stuff like that. Just by the power of Sudoku, as they say. Or friendship, or whatever you want. So these are not 1, 3, or 4. This one's not 2 either because of the 2, 3 pair in the box. Let's see. Okay, this is 1, 6, 9, of course. Yeah. Okay. So now this dot sees every even except for 6. So it needs to have a 6 on it with a 5 because it can't be a 6 with a 7. So basically, if you see a puzzle with a bunch of white dots in it, or sorry, with a handful of white dots in it, you should kind of assume you're waiting for a white dot to see all but 1 even. And so we've gotten this beautifully set up, all but 1 even. So there we go. And we actually now know the order is 6 and 5 going on there. This one, unfortunately, still allows for a couple. This one still allows for a couple, I think. Oh, okay. So Sayori has done the fancier version, which is to note that this one sees 2 and 8, but actually can't have a 6 on it because there's a 5 and a 7 in the box, so it can only have a 4 on it, so it's got to be 3, 4. So we can do this over here. Okay, well, this certainly isn't a 9, because a 9 would require an 8 here, which would be a problem. So this is only a 2 or a 5 if you now look down to what that white dot could be. This dot actually can't have 4, 6, or 8 on it. So I don't think we were actually supposed to look at this. I think we were supposed to look at this and note that actually 4 sees both spots on this. So this is from 1, 2, 3 because it needs a 2. So if I fill in the rest of these, I know they don't have 2. Like that. And so now actually, where does the 4 in this row go? It only goes here now. That was probably already true if I had looked for it carefully. What are you going to do? There's no supposed to step, says Memrister. 4 in column 2 now goes there. The step over here, if it were not a 2-star puzzle, I would consider fair game. Like even at a 3-star puzzle, I think the step with this dot would be a fair game. I don't think at a 2-star puzzle, I would want to do it that way in my solve path if I was writing it up. Although we saw the 2-star step in Mixo's puzzle earlier, which was maybe about 6 or 7 notches past that. So, different strokes or whatever. These are not 1, 6, or 9 because of the 1, 6, 9 triple. So that actually makes that a 2, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 6. This is the other one that's not 1, 6, or 9. So it is a 3. No 6s there, no 6 there, no 5 or 6 there, no 2 there. So 1, 9 pair in the column. That makes that a 6 and that a 9. 1, 6 over here makes that a 9. And that's a 6. Oh yeah, I wasn't complaining about the puzzle having it as a possible step. I was just saying that sort of I thought this white dot up here was a lot more in the spirit of 2 stars, and we probably could have worked around the other one over there. It was just a what would I do and sort of setting it kind of statement, not a complaint about the structure of the puzzle. This is felt squarely within 2-star for someone who has done a counting circle puzzle before. So that 1, 9 pair has made that a 3, which has made this a 4, which has made this a 6, and that a 5, and that a 1 and a 9. That is a 1 and a 3 and a 4 and a 9 and a 1. That is a 2 and a 3. 2, 3, 4, 3. 1, 9. And so now I think we can mark the rest of the grid safely. 1, 9, 1, 9, 3, 9, 6, 2, 1, 3, 6. 1, 6, 1, 2, 6, 9, 2, 4. Very nice puzzle, Memrister. Quite nice. I really like the idea of starting with a killer 8 cage and then into a killer 10 cage. Like that was a beautiful sort of intro. And then the fact that we couldn't put a 2 here, making that like the intro here with this sort of middle band was very cool. As per usual with counting circle stuff, I guess sort of after that, it kind of devolves into just do counting circle stuff. But I really loved the opening there. That was cool and felt, at least to me, quite unique and cool. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break again, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle. All right, welcome back. Next up, we'll keep with the counting circle theme, and we'll look at this puzzle, which looks insane, by Leer. I should note, by the way, this puzzle was actually recommended by a couple different turbines. We don't talk about it super often, but if you're a turbine, you can actually recommend puzzles for the stream, and we will throw them in the bucket if they look appropriate. And so this one was actually recommended by more than one, so that's cool. I read the rules and sort of blew my mind, so let's try it. So each digit from 1 to 8 must appear 8 times in the grid. Some digits from 1 to 8 are Sudoku digits, and others are omino digits. All instances of a particular digit are of the same type. So we're basically solving a philomeno and a Sudoku that sort of share a grid. For each digit, its type must be determined. A Sudoku digit must appear exactly once in every row, column, and box. An omino digit indicates the size of its omino. And so it's sort of a philomeno thing. So like I could, for example, have an 8 omino like that. And these could just be all the 8s in the grid, for example. I mean, that would be problems for lots of other reasons, but that things. For a digit in a circle, it indicates exactly how many circles contain that digit, and digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. Okay. So definitely some digits have to be Sudoku digits. For example, any digit that does not divide 8 has to be a Sudoku digit. Because say 7 was a philomeno digit, that would mean I would have to have ominoes that each had 7 sevens in them, and somehow together there were 8 sevens. That's not going to work. 3, 5, and 7 are all automatically Sudoku digits. In particular, those digits also automatically, therefore, appear in a circle in this box. We have that. Now, Jaleb says there are a total of 27 circles. We're going for a total of 64. I don't see how you got, so therefore every digit but 1 and 8 gets used. Because we're... Oh, right. Okay, so the sum from 1 to 8 is 36. So we're omitting digits that sum to 9 from circles. Do we know... Oh, I see. Okay. So we're missing digits that sum to 9 within this. Now, we certainly are not missing 3, 5, or 7. So if we're summing to 9 and 2, and we can't sum to 9 and 1, if we're summing to 9 and 2, then we would have to be omitting from the counting circles 1 and 8, and if we're summing to 9 and 3, it would have to be 1, 2, and 6. So we're either missing 1, 2, 6, or we're missing 1, 8. So 1 is never in a circle, either way, because the only two options involve 1 not being in a circle. So that means that 1 is actually not a Sudoku digit. 1 is a philomeno digit, for sure. That's because if 1 were a Sudoku digit, I would be obligated to put it in a circle. Okay. So we do have to put 8 Shemamonos in there. Hesham, it's because every digit shows up 8 times. And so, for example, if 7 were a philomeno digit, I would need to put some number of 7 ominoes into the grid. But each 7 omino gives me 7 sevens. And if I put 1 7 omino, that's too few sevens. And if I put 2 7 ominos, that's too many sevens. That is the issue. Oh, my notes are floating off the top of the screen. Let's see if I can wiggle them for you. Will that let me wiggle them down a little bit? There we go. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so and then the possibilities are 8 or 2 and 6 for the ones that don't show up in circles. Okay. Oh, why did I not list 6? I don't know why somehow when I was listing numbers that don't divide 8, I missed 6. But somehow I missed 6. So let's fill in 6 there as well. So 6 is definitely in a circle because it's a Sudoku digit, right? Once I remember that 6 does not divide 8, that means 6 is definitely in a Sudoku circle. So that means that I do have 6 in circles, so I'm not missing 1, 2, and 6. I am missing 1 and 8. I agree. So the circles are everything but 1 and 8. Missing 1, 8. We'll write that down there. It's like 3, 7 on a whisper, exactly. I still petition to change the difference of 3 and 7 to 5. I think the world would be a better place if we did that. Everything would feel more right. Okay, and so if the circles are missing 8, that means 8 is definitely a Philomeno digit because that means there's no 8 in box 4. So we can continue that up here. Oops. 8. There we go. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so we need a Philomeno 8. Okay, and so where is the Philomeno 8 going to go? So there's an 8 size Philomeno. It can't touch any circles. So it is not going in any of these spots, for example. Oh, sorry, it could go there. So the Philomeno 8 could go there. What was the rules? Can't touch each other, even die. Okay, there's no non-consecutive thing. I've done a lot of non-consecutive Leer inspired Philomenos lately, but there's no non-consecutive rule here on Philomenos. So I don't quite know what to do with this yet. I don't think I quite can figure that out as of yet. Okay. Okay. Circles are missing. So I can also think about the fact that I have to put 8 monominos in here and they can't touch even diagonally. So like it's really tempting to make these both Shamominos, for instance. Let's see. I don't yet know about the Philomeno-ness of 4s. I don't think. Oh, it's worth noting there are the same number of Sudoku digits in every row, column, and box. And so if there are, say, a total of 6 Sudoku digits, then my 8 omino can't take more than 2 digits in a row or column or box. So there can't be 6 Sudoku digits because that's just impossible. No, sadly, Laura, because 1 and 8 obey Philomeno rules and not Sudoku rules. But I'm trying to sort of count out this. So there can't be 6 Sudoku digits. There has to be at least one more Philomeno digit uh, to even have a prayer of constructing an 8 omino. But I don't know yet. But something like this seems very likely. Like, I think if I absolutely had to, I could prove that this digit isn't an 8. But I think it would be excruciating. Yeah, all the Sudoku digits are in circles. That's definitely true. Okay, so I guess I should ask where 7s go, is probably what I should do. So I can only miss one row, column, etc., for a 7. So maybe I should see if I can figure out where 7 has to go. Because I need almost all the 7s and almost all the 6s. So, like, these are 2 boxes that are pretty restricted in that they only get one thing. So I miss a total of 3 6s and 7s in boxes. And I have to miss at least one of those 3 in each of these boxes. So I only get one more to miss in the entire grid. So we have that. Okay, there we go. So Emma points out columns. Only 7 columns have circles. So this is definitely a 7. Because 7 is a Sudoku digit. And so we can bring out Zach for the 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now all of these columns need to have a 6. So actually this column, if you want, it needs to have a 6 and a 7. And so we actually know, because 6 and 7 are Sudoku digits, that that's a 6 and that's a 7. And now this column needs to have a 6 and a 7, and so they have to go there and there. By have to have that, I mean have to have that in a circle, specifically. That means there's a 7 over here. Oh, end of 5, right, end of 5. Because now 5 is locked out of circles in these 3 columns, so 5 has to be here. Oh, yeah, why did I assume that? I don't know why I assumed that. Yeah. These are a 5, 6, 7 triple is the correct thing to say. I don't know why I assumed those had to be the 6, 7. I don't know. But those are certainly from 5, 6, 7. Okay. I don't know that 4 is a Sudoku digit, Jaleb. I mean, we can put a bunch of 1s in this box. I also kind of suspect that 4 is not going to be a Sudoku digit. And 2 definitely doesn't have to be a Sudoku digit. 2 and 4 are sort of the mysteries. We don't know sort of which of these buckets they fall in, as it currently stands. I know that one of these rows doesn't have 6 in a circle. So there's only one more row that doesn't have 6 in a circle. Is that true, Nemefish? I feel like I'm one off when I count for that. Agree with Emma. We need to duplicate counting circles, which we could do by putting multiple ones or a 2 or a 4 in there. Actually, oh no, never mind. Sorry. These 4 boxes, that's the way to think about it. These 4 boxes have 2 6s and 2 7s in them. So, sorry, 2 6s and 3 7s. So every other box needs a 6 and a 7. That's the left half is the way to think about it. So the left half has these. So therefore now this box needs to have a 6 and a 7, and indeed and actually this box needs to have a 5, a 6, and a 7, because actually this is also 4 boxes that have only one 5 in a circle between them. So these are 5, 6, 7 as well. And so now this digit is either a 5 or an 8. However, we know the 5 in the box is in a circle. So that is going to do it because of that. I love that. The changing the columns into the boxes is a really clever twist there. So yeah, so this can't be a 6 with a 5, so it's a 7 with an 8. And that is a 6. And so this 8, remember, is an 8 omino, so we should give it a cool color like orange. And it can grow over to here at least. As we sort of sort out what happens. Because remember, it definitely does not enter any circles. So we've got that. If this were a 5, that would be a 4. Which... Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, that's a little gross. If this is a 5, this is a 4, and the puzzle breaks. Because wait, maybe not. Sorry, no. So I think if this is a 5, this is a 4, and then I think 4 then has to be an omino digit and has to look like that with then another tetromino sort of working over there. I think that actually does work. Yeah, I definitely now can more easily prove that 8 is not there. In fact, I guess I can now prove like the 8 doesn't get down here at all because it would have to go through the white dot to get particularly close to anything. In fact, I guess the 8 just can't touch this white dot at all. So this cell is forbidden to the 8. Which means this cell has to be an 8 because these cells are forbidden, and if I don't let this be an 8, the 8 does not get to enough cells. So this cell is actually always an 8 if we do our Philomeno stuff. There are not. So Emma has counted these these 5 boxes and noted this is 5 boxes, none of which have a 4 in a circle, and so therefore 4 is definitely a Philomeno digit. That is a oops, that was not good. Let's try that again. There we go. So 4 is definitely a Philomeno digit. Correct. Very nice. Okay. Uh, okay, so there's... Okay, so here's a dumb point. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, as is this. Because it can't be 5, 6, 7 because those are Sudoku digits, and we've got a 5, 6, 7 triple in the box. And it can't be 8 because I'm just outright not fitting an 8 in here. And in fact, this one can't. In fact, actually, none of these can be 4 because we know 4 is a Philomeno digit, and you just can't fit a 4omino in those cells. And the same logic actually applies to these cells. These are also from 1, 2, 3. Because I can't put... Oh, no, sorry. This one, sorry. Here, it could be a 4 because it can go into the circle. 4s are in circles. This one, it can't. Yeah, you can fit a 4 that looks like that. That would be okay. So similarly, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that is correct. Good catch. Okay, so unfortunately, that just barely allows that to live. Let's see. Same for this cell. This is also from 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. I know there's a 5, 6, 7 in a circle in each of these boxes because of the math. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's from 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 8 Hesham because there's only one 8 omino, and we have 3 of the 8 cells in it, but this 8 omino can't cross circles. So anything that is separated by circles creates a problem. Oh, sorry, this one can be 8. Sorry, no, I just missed it. That one can be an 8. That one could easily be an 8, right? So no, you were right. That one could absolutely be an 8. This one can only be 1, 2, 3, 4 though, because the 8 can't get there, even because the 8 being there would put a second 7. And we've already got the 5, 6, 7 in the row. So this is also 1, 2, 3, 4 for what it's worth. I mean, if this is a 1, or sorry, if this is not a 1, then the digit is a Sudoku digit for what it's worth. I know one of these is a 7, I think is what is being pointed out. Because I need a 7 in a circle in this box. No, I don't need a 7 in a circle in this box. Sorry. That's not true. Right. Okay, so Emma just wants us to note that this white dot is actually pretty restricted. The 8 definitely can't get to it. If this were a 7 or a 6, it would create a 5, 6, 7 quadruple in the box, which we're not allowed to do. So this is at most a 5. And this digit is also at most a 5 for the same reason. Because again, if this were a 6, then that would create a 5, 6, 7 quadruple in the box. So that's also at most a 5. Oh, this 6 sees this 6 by Sudoku. This 7 sees this by Sudoku. So there's a 7 in this row, meaning that's not a 7. Just for purposes of those sorts of things. Yeah, this assuredly is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. I agree with that because it can't be 7, 8 for sure. And there's already a 6 gone in the column. So actually, that's only for 4 spots for 6 and 7, I suppose, is not so exciting. And I guess I know one of these two is 7. It's true. These are at most 5, right? I mean, everything in this column is at most 5 because we actually have 6, 7, 8. Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. Sorry. There can be extra 8s. But these can't be 8. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. 1s don't appear in circles. So these aren't 1, is a good point to keep in mind. From Emma. Ah, yes. 7 is now placed in box 7, actually, per AM 1028. Because these corner marked 7s look over. And so that actually just is a 7. Which makes that not a 7 for what it's worth. There is a 5 over here somewhere. Do I know for sure the 5 isn't on this dot somehow? I don't think so. Oh, right. There's a 5, 6, 7 triple in this row, so this is not a 5. And indeed, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4 as well, because there's no way an 8 gets down here. So we've got all of that. Oh, which places the 6 in this box, actually. Yeah, right. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sextuple. So that's actually the 6 and the 5. Good. Do I know this is not 6, 7? I don't think that I know that this is... Oh, maybe I do, actually. Sorry. That's now 6. So now I do know that this is not 6, 7. Speak of the devil. So I think this is only from 2, 3, 4 now, actually, if you look at it. Because 6, 7 is out. It definitely doesn't have an 8 in it. And so and it doesn't have a 1. So this is from 2, 3, 4. There's definitely a 3 there. So we get a little start on our 3 doku if you want. So 3 is over down here. We do have to remember 3 is a Sudoku digit for what it is worth. Let's see. 6, 6. Okay, right. So the only available circles are these. This is Emma's point. And so I need 3s in all the circles because or I need 3 in a circle in each box because 3 is a Sudoku 3 is a Sudoku digit. And so those aren't 3. And these have actually become a 3-5 pair. These aren't 3. That's not 1 either. That's not 3. These aren't 3 by the row. So we've got all of that. Feels like the sort of thing that should do something. I don't know if it's actually going to do something, but it might do something. Happy Easter, Alima. Now this can't be 4 anymore because 4 is a Philomeno digit. And now we have completely barricaded the 4 out. So none of these cells can be 4. Got it. Which means that this is in fact 2, which means that this is in fact a 3 and a 5. 3 is a Sudoku digit. 5 is a Sudoku digit. So we get all of that. Okay. Okay, so now we have to be a little bit careful. I think I'm going to need one of these to be a 4. No, not necessarily. Actually, I don't think either of these can be a 4 anymore, can they? I don't know. Oh, right. 4 is an omino, so definitely these aren't 4. I agree with that assessment. So, do I know I don't just have a ton of 1s down here with like a 1, a 1, a 1? Oh, I guess I can't do diagonally. Is the diagonal touching what's telling me this? Yeah, Star Battle stuff. Because 1s can't touch diagonally, I actually can fit at most 2 1s in this box. So if I've got at most 2 1s and at most 1 3, that means I have at least 2 2s. But if I have 2 2s, that means 2 is a Philomeno digit. There we go. That is the correct way, I think, to articulate that. And I knew Selena would be excited to hear Star Battle stuff. And so now we have completed our classification, actually, of Sudoku is 3, 5, 6, 7. Philomeno is 1, 2, 4, 8. And so if 2 is a Philomeno digit, it's certainly not there. Now, I know there's at least 2 2s in this box. That's what I just proved. And so therefore, that's definitely a 2. It can get its own omino color. It can be red. Okay. This 2 is already in the grid, actually, so that is actually a 2 as well. And so this is therefore not a 2-omino, and that's not a 2-omino, actually, because they can't touch diagonally. So that's actually a shame omino. That finishes our 2-omino down here. These are a 1-3 pair of some description. This can't be a 2 because of the don't touch diagonally rule, which is a little unconventional. But just to remind you, that is in play. Okay. This 5 looks up, so there's no 5 here. So there's definitely a 3 in one of these cells for what it's worth. Okay, this column needs a 7. And so that 7 is in one of these two places, which now places a 7 here. Because this column needs a 7. It can only go in one of these two. So therefore, that's a 7 by regular Sudoku. Yes. Okay. So this cell, Emma points out, is a 3 or a 5. Because where do 3 and 5 go in this box? Not in the row with 3 or 5. And they can't both go on the dot. That's a beautiful spot to Emma. So that's a 3, 5. That extends my 8-omino through at least that cell. Okay. And so now, actually, this 8, remember, can't take that cell. It could, however, take that cell. I was going to say it has to take this, but I don't think that's quite forced yet. I do know there's a 3 in one of these two cells for what it's worth, just by Sudoku again. So I should probably mark it. This cell definitely isn't a 2 or a 4, because 2 and 4 are philomeno digits per gym. So this is a 1 or an 8. 3 in column 4 lives in one of these two cells. Points out Hesham. Agree. I do need 2 2s in circles somewhere for what it's worth. And I need 8 total 2s. So there's 2 2s in circles and 2 more 2s that are not in circles. I do really like this idea. This is a very cool idea. Although it pains me to say this, I kind of feel like this wants to be in a 12 by 12, since 12 is divisible by more things. But I don't really want to solve a 12 by 12, so I have conflicted feelings. But anyway, this is a very cool idea to Leer. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. The Ferreria points out that 5 is actually placed in box 2. So there we go. That is a 5. Let's see. So one of these two is a 5, just for the record. Oh, there's also a 5 in column 8. Is that Joa? Joa? Oh, I'm not quite sure how to say this this first name here. So that is a 5. Oh, we can color all the Sudoku digits. That's true. We can make all the Sudoku digits Let's make them all gray. And this is definitely a Sudoku digit. This is definitely a Philomeno digit for what it's worth. Oh, wait. This is marked as 1 or 4, but this is definitely a 1. If we actually look at it carefully. Oh, we should have done rainbow. You're right. Okay. This does have to be 2, 3, 4, 5. I agree with Hesham. So there's definitely a Philomeno on this because there needs to be a 2 or a 4, and both 2 and 4 are Philomeno digits. So that's pretty interesting in its own right. Let's see. Column 8 is in need of a 6. Okay, good. I was looking at this white dot and begrudging it the fact that I didn't know whether it could have a 6 on it, but I do now because several people in chat have identified that this is the 6 for the column. So these are in fact a 3-6 pair just by Sudoku. And now that means that digit surely is not a 4 or a 2. Actually. This is a 3 or a 5. And so that's a 2 or a 4. And that 2 or a 4 grows to here. So this is also a 2 or a 4. It's the same one. I'll use my standard dash notation to indicate that these join. Okay, so the 8 now is not taking this 3, 6. So the 8 has to grow to here, even if it takes that cell down there. Yeah, I thought you'd want the stitch notation. It depends on the puzzle, whether we use the stitch notation or the line notation. I like the stitch notation a lot more when it's dominoes. There is a 7 in row 4, and it is placed. Good. Thank you to chat for that as well. We now have almost all of the 7s. Do we in fact have 7 7s? We in fact have 7 7s. So in fact, that's a 7. And so that makes that an 8. Like that. These are both definitely Sudoku digits, as is that. So I can gray them even if I don't know what they are. Okay. So now these are Philomeno digits that are in circles. So these are both from 2, 4. Just by the row. And this is also a Philomeno digit, so it's from 2, 4. So 4 omino would be really nice about there, probably. In this column, there's definitely a 6 up here. Oh, did I cheat on saying that there couldn't be a 1 here? No, I knew this was a 3 or a 5 because I got a 3-5 pair. So there was definitely a 3-5 on this, so it couldn't have a 1. Because of the Sudoku of this 3 and this 5 ilm. That was how we got there. But good asking. I appreciate the confirmation. This digit cannot be Sudoku. because it sees all the Sudoku digits. It sees 3, 5, 7, 6. So this is 1, 2, 4, 8. Just putting it out there. Let's see. Yes, there can't be a 2 on this dot, Garion points out. Because if there's a 2 on this dot, then what am I doing with this pair? They can't be 4s anymore because it would have at most 2 cells, but they can't be 2s either because they would be a 2-cell 3 omino. Or sorry, a 3-cell 2 omino. So these just have to be 3, 4. Which is good. I want to say this can't be a... Oh, maybe it could be. It could be a 4 if it looked like that. 3 and then 2's over there. Never mind. Okay. I think I was about to say something wrong anyway. That's a good point. Oh, no, this could be... Couldn't I do 4, 4, 4 like that? Or 2, 2 like that? Do I know the Philo 2 is in box 3? Box 3 is here. I feel like this could be a 4 omino, and then that could be a 3, and then this could be a 2 omino. That would work fine. Or the 4 omino could look like that. I think both of those are fine. I do agree in neither instance is this a 4, because if this was a 4, then we'd definitely be forced to have that, and then this would be broken. So I agree this is never a 4. I think it's going to be awfully hard for either of these to be a 2. Because either of those being a 2 is going to require an omino with... either of these being a 2 is going to require that I put 1 2 in a circle and then put another 2 in a circle somewhere else. I guess I could do 2 2 and 2 2. It's not the end of the world. Never. It's difficult, but I don't think it's impossible, unfortunately. Okay, 57 Thorns, I think, is providing a convincing argument that this can't actually be 4, because if this is 4, all 3 of these are 4. But now I need to have I need to have an omino that's part in the circles and part out of the circles. But this has lopped off all of our ability to do that. Thank you for doing that. I was dreading making that kind of argument, but 57 Thorns actually made it pretty elegantly. So this is actually definitely a 2-3 pair. I really don't want that to be the 2, but I think I just argued it barely could be. This certainly can't be a 4 anymore for what it's worth. I think this probably can't be a 4 for the same reason that 57 Thorns just articulated. In fact, actually, I know there have to be some 4s down here now. So maybe I don't quite know what to do with that. I know one of these two is a 6. I should probably mark that. That's probably relevant. Uh, let's see. Uh, 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 okay. Blackjack and Emma are claiming these can't be 2s. Because if these are 2s, ah, then this 4. I guess the easier thing to see is this just can't be 4 anymore. Because we've run out of. Right. If these are 2s, this is a 4, but it's a 4 with nowhere to go. So. Uh, so yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what the elegant way to say this is. There's probably an elegant way to say this that involves the interaction. But anyway, if these are 2s, this is a 4, and it's not getting to 4. So these, in fact, are 4. Oops, they are 4. Like that. Oh, Garion has a much easier way, which is that there's definitely a 2 in a circle up here, so I can't have 2 more 2s in circles. That's a good way to put it. Okay. Yeah, this can still go either way, I think. Uh, uh, row 1, column 6 is not 4. Right. This 4 is staying entirely within circles. So there are no more 4s in circles anywhere beyond this one. So, and this 4 would make there be a 4 in circles. Uh, yeah, the 4 in box 4 always takes 4 circles now. Yep, agree. So it's either those two or these two. Uh, uh, the end here has turned a little bit grindy. I am resisting the temptation to just bifurcate the end here because I feel like that would probably be the fastest way to solve this, but I'm trying to do it without resorting to that. Let's see. I know there's a 3 here. Uh, if these are 2s. Uh, Okay, so 57 Thorns suggests this, and I don't think it's a bad idea. These aren't 5 or 7. They're not 3 because there's a 3 in the box. There's no 1s or 8s in circles. So these are from 2, 4, 6. That one's not 4 because it's too far away. Uh, this one... Uh, this one could just be 4, I think. Uh, This being a 2 is the problem. Right. This being a 2 doesn't work because it grabs one of those two, but in so doing, it eliminates my ability to put two twos anywhere else. So that's a 1. Uh, I agree this is never a 2. Uh, I don't think 2s and circles are done. I think there's a few ways that 2s and circles could work. I think it's still possible that we do that, or that we do that, or that we do that for 2s. Uh, uh, let's see. Uh, yeah, the other 4 omino, we've got a few options. Like it's probably down here, but it could squeeze in up here maybe. Uh, what's wrong with that being my 4 omino Peckrantala? Because that's one of the universes I'm contemplating. Okay, there's not room for the second 4 omino up here because I need a 3 and a 5. And I need well, I mean, I need the 4 Sudoku digits, and I need at least 1 8, because the 8 won't be done. So I agree. So the missing 4 omino is either here or it's down here. So some of this stuff is 4s. I agree with that. I'm trying to decide if I can get anything out of Sudoku by knowing that one of these is an 8. I don't think I can. Uh, uh, oh yeah, this can't be 2 either, Jaleb points out, because as soon as that couldn't be 2 because of this, then that can't be 2 either. Do we need a domino up here is, I guess, the question. Or can we get our domino and our tetromino down here? So if I try and use 6 digits out of these, that leaves exactly room for 2 Sudoku digits, which is the number of Sudoku digits that we need. So I think it's okay. Yeah, I know there's going to be exactly 2 Sudoku digits in here. So I'm either going to need a 4 and a 2 or a 4 and 2 ones. I don't think I can do a 4 and 2 ones, actually. It's ugly, but I don't think a 4 and 2 ones works. Uh, Oh, right. This can't be 1 anymore either. But I actually don't think, because if I put a 1 down here, I need to put 2 1s down here, which would mean one of them would go here and one of them would go here by star battle logic. And then I guess actually, never mind. I think I found a way to make it work. Oh, it doesn't quite work with the white dot. Ugh. I think it still doesn't quite work. Uh, 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 it doesn't work because of the white dot. Is chat convinced of that? Let's see if this is a 4. I need to put like a, yeah, so so I can never put a 1 on the white dot at all. That's one consequence. Right. So this can never be a 1. That's a prettier way to do this that makes this a little bit better. Because if I'm either using 2 1s or I'm using a 2, I can't use a 1 and a 2. So this is never a 1. And by star battle stuff, this is never a 1 if we want to do that, because if there's a 1, there's 2 1s, and they need to be one of them there and one of them there. This can't be a 1 either. Aha, there you go. That'll make it a little bit better. This can't be a 1 either, because if this is a 1, it makes that into a domino, which then means you're using a 1 and a 2, and you can't be using a 1 and a 2. And so now I'm not using 2 1s because there's only at most 1 1, and so these 1s go away. So I am indeed using a 2 somewhere. That was an awful lot of work to not do anything at all. Okay. Okay, so 1 1, 2 1s, 3 1s, 4 5 6. Okay, so right, so there's got to be a 1 in each of these places, is Selena's point. So there's 1 1 here and 1 1 here. And we've got to place 1s in all of these, because just by sort of like at maximum, I get 2 1s in this box. So these are 1s. Oh, Emma says I miscounted. Oh, right. Sorry. I counted correctly, but then I screwed it up because one of these is a 1, but not both. So it's these that have to be 1s. I counted correctly that there could only be 1 1 in these two, but then I filled in both of them. I would have liked this puzzle a lot more if it had ended 20 minutes ago. So now this can't be a 2 anymore, because now there's nowhere for it to go. So now it's a 3. Now this is a 2. And so now that that's a 2, this can't be a 4. So this is now a 3. So now this is a 4 and that's a 4. And now this is a 6 by Sudoku. Okay. My 8 still needs to get a couple cells over there. My 6 is in one of these 2 cells for what it's worth. Oh, my 3 is placed, actually. Because of that 3 by Sudoku. One of these two is a 1. Uh, uh, oh, is this a naked omino? Because there are no digits left that it can be. Yeah, it has to be an omino, and the only omino it can be is 1. Okay, I agree with that. So this is not a 1. Oh, we actually know there's no 2s left up here because we used the last 2 down here when we ruled out 1s, we ruled out 2 from here effectively. This cell has to be an 8 because if it's not, I'm capped at 7 cells. That was Jaleb's point. So this is a 6 by our corner marks. So this is a 3 and a 6, which makes that a 4. So it's yellow. Oh, well, now this is definitely an 8. Oh, I already knew this wasn't a 4. Why did I even bother? Yeah, this was never going to be a 4 because we knew the 4 was down there. So then this is a 5 and a 1 in some as of yet to be determined order. Let's see. This column still needs a 3. So that's a 3. And that is a 1. And so now that's going to rule 3 out of all of these, which is going to finally do it, because now this can't have a 2 on it. So now this is a 4-5 pair. And one of these two is the 3. But this is... Oh, no, sorry. The 2 could be up there. So there's no 5 here, at least, because there's a 5 there. So there's a 5 in the column, and the 5 in the column goes there, which makes that a 3, which then places this 3. It means that's not a 3. Over down there. Okay, so neither of these can be 2, because if either of them is 2, it would make that 2. So, in fact, those are 4, which now makes that a 4, which makes that a 5. 4, 4, 4, 5, and now makes this, at long last, our domino. That 5 looks up, by the way, and makes that a Shemamino and that a Sudoku digit. So that is 5 and 1, and these are both 2. There we go. Yeah, the ending there was not for me, but I love the rule set, and I loved the beginning there. Like the first 2/3 of the puzzle I really liked. The last third there felt like the part of a chaos construction that I'm not a fan of. But I really loved the rule set. I'd love to see more sort of done with this. The 5 is so far away. Yeah, poor 5. Because I think you could do a lot more cool stuff with this idea. The sort of interplay between the two was really cool within the rule set. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly with more puzzlage. So see you all in just a moment. Right, welcome back. And I think we get to wrap up today with a Krydex puzzle. I do enjoy Krydex puzzles. So I think everything in this puzzle we've seen today already, so I don't think I need to do any new rules. We've got to make our digits increase along our thermo. We've got to keep digits at least 5 apart along our German whispers. We've got to put adjacent digits here. It's funny, these could have been white dots. We've got to put a 5 here, make these cells add to 9, make these cells add to 12. I'll start with the boring observation that this cage definitely has a 3 in it, because the only 3-cell 9 cage that doesn't have a 3 is 1, 2, 6. And so there's a 6 there, so there's definitely a 3 here. There's some interesting stuff to note about how these work coloring-wise. I don't know if I want to start with this one or with this one. Probably this one. Oh yeah, definitely this one. So I see now this is easier than I thought it was going to be. Yes, so this digit has to be high or low, and it can't be high because it's at the bottom of a length 5 thermo. In my brain, when I counted, these were length 4 thermos, but as it happens, they're both length 5 thermos. And so, in fact, this has to be low. So these are high. I was actually kind of hoping it would work out the other way. Well, this digit is between a low and a low, so it had better be low. And now I've used 3. Oh, sorry. I don't actually know if this is 1. Anyway, this is the other way. This one has to be high because it's at the top of a length 5 thermo. So these two are both high. These two are both low. That's also high. Right. We can just write in the numbers because this can't be a 4. Because if this was a 4, these would both be 9, and that would break Sudoku. So actually, this is a minimum and maximum of 3. And so we get to bring in Zach for the 3 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Waha! Waha! Wee! Thank you, Zach. So that gives you the 3, the 2, and the 1. Go there. Likewise, the 7, the 8, and the 9 go here because of this digit needs to be a 6 or a 7 by the thermo, but it can't be a 6 because that would put 2 1s there. Tristan, can you put a link in chat, please? I think he will hear it. Okay. So we now have that. So there is a 6 or a 9 on this thermo. And interestingly, if there's a 6, there's also a 9. So there's always a 9 up here, I think is a worthwhile thing to note, because I need at least 1 high. But if that high is a 6, it has to go there, and that makes that a 9. So there's always a 9 up there and always a 9 over there. And exactly the same thing works down here. There's either a 1 or a 4. If there's a 4, it goes there, and there's still a 1 there. So there's always a 1 over here as well. People want me to fill in the 8, 9. That's probably a good idea. So 3 goes next to 8 and 9. So that's a 9 and that's an 8. And 7 goes next to 1 and 2. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. Like that. Oh, right. There's always a 1 in one of these 2 cells. No, that didn't do anything, right? Right. Oh no, it did. It did. I can't put 4 on this anymore. How is this asymmetrical? Somehow this is asymmetrical. It's because the thermos go different, or the whispers go different ways. Because now I just can't put 4 on this at all. So up here, the logic, it still could be 6 and then 9. Here, though, it can't be. Here, the 1 can't go here because there'd be no low to put there. So, yeah, so there's an asymmetry there that confused me. So we can do that. So this is 6, 7. And this is 7 or 9. And these are from 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 4. This one is a 7, 8, or 9. For what it is worth. Okay. So we've got all of that. Oh, yeah, this can't be 7. 7 only goes next to 1 and 2. This can only be 8 or 9. Good point. So we've got that. Okay, the 9 in this row is on a Renban. Which Renban is it on? And it's not on the one in a box with an 8, 9. So in fact, these are 8, 9. Garion also saw that. I'm happy I actually saw that as well. Okay. I guess I can color our given digits just recreationally. Okay. Now where's 8 in row 9? Gorgeous. Okay, so now row 9 doesn't have an 8 over here, so now the 8 in row 9 goes there, which means this is not a 4. These are a 2, 3 pair. Seemed very deliberate, but yes, now where's the 9 in row 9? Now the 9 in row 9 is there. That works. So that places the 9 up here. Okay, got it. There we go. There's the next step. So now we have this going on. So these are from 6, 7, 8. That one's certainly not 6. This is only a this is only a 3 actually. If you look at the column 6, 1 and 2 are gone, and it can't be a 4. So that's a 3 and an 8. This is 1 or 2. This is 1 or 4. For what it is worth. Okay, and so now I ask where the 1 goes in row 3, and I get to repeat the trick again. Because now the 1 can't go there, can't go there, can't go on this, because that would kill that cell. So the 1, 2 actually go over there. I enjoy the repetition of that trick. I think Sayori is a few minutes behind. Let's see. Oh, we can complete column 5. Let's do some penciling. Yeah, 4, 6, 3, 7. Okay. So yes, so we can. Let's look at that. So if you look at this, that's the 2, because these are a 4, 6 pair. That's the 8. That seems to be the 7, and that's the 3. Like that. That is pretty slick. So let's fill in the rest of these. Okay, so one of those is 1 for sure. one of these is 7 for sure. Well, this one's certainly not 7. Because it wouldn't leave me anything over here to place. So this is a pretty restricted, a few people have pointed out, so it's not 4, 5, and it's not 3, 6. So it's 1, 8, or 2, 9. And this is the 1 or the 2, and this is the 9. Or sorry, this is an 8 or the 9. What? 1, 8, or 2, 7. This is not the 8, this is not the 7. So if that's not the 8, that's not the 1. And if this is not the 7, that's not the 2. There we go. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 triple in box 7 is very nice. Yeah, the 1, 2, and 3 look over, making this a 1, 2, 3 triple. Very good. So then this 6, 7 now, where does it go in box 7? It goes there. For what it is worth. So now where does 7 go in row 7? Because now 7 can't go on this Renban because it would be 6, 7, but that would break this cell. So in fact, this has to be the 7, which actually goes ahead and makes this a 1 and an 8. That is a 1. Okay. Oh wow, 2 in column 3. Wow, that is a 6 spot. 2 in column 3 is actually placed here. Which means these two add to 10, so that one's certainly not 5. It's not 7 either, because that would require a 3 here. So this is the other 4, 6. And since these are a 4, 6 pair, that's not a 6, it's a 7. This has become 2, 3, 4 now, points out Sayori. Welcome back to the present, Sayori. This is high and this is low now. Oops, I hit the microphone. Hopefully I did not accidentally touch any buttons. Okay, 5 is the odd digit that is on this Renban, right? 1, 3, 7, and 9. Yeah, so 5 is definitely the odd digit. So this is never a 5. So that gives us a 4, 6 pair here looking up. So that is 1 and that's a 5. So these aren't 5. That is a 2. Okay. 2 goes with 7. Very good, yes. Truth. 2 and 6 are not far enough apart. So there's a 7 in one of these two cells and an 8 in one of these two cells if you look at where 7 and 8 go in this box. So those are a 7, 8 pair. Those are a 7, 8 pair now. And so that's going to give us the rest of this box because this is going to be a 4, 5, 6 triple to finish off the row, which is going to make that a 3. Uh, okay. This is going to be a 5 or a 6 for the column. I see. Am I going to color 4 6s? I might color 4 6s. I'm not sure. This 4-6 pair looks down here at a 5, or the 4-6 in the box looks down at the 5, if you like. So these are certainly from 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 6 for what it's worth. 1 in box 6 is placed, Sayori points out. So this digit is a naked 9 now. I saw that because it sees every low and sees 5 and then sees 6, 7, and 8 in the row. So so yeah, we already knew 9 was up there. One is there exactly, actually. Jaleb points out. So there is the 1, which is great because it then dislodges the 9 and places the 9 over there. This is a 4 or a 6 as well. This is something. Seems to be a 2. Which resolves the 1 and the 2, resolves the 3 and the 1 over there. These are a 5-7 pair. And those are a 5-7 pair. That makes that a 6. Okay, we have backed into coloring all of these. So 4, 6, 4. Green, orange. 5, 6. That is 5 of greens, making that the orange 6 and the blue 4. Like that. I think I am prepared to mark the rest of the grid now. So I can see that that is going to be green and orange. That is going to be blue and orange and orange. That is going to be blue. And let's fill in those and see what happens. So 5, 6, 4, 7, 9. So this is going to be orange and green. 7 and 5. 8 and 7. 9 and 3. 9 and 8. That is my green for there, and that is my last green in the grid, I believe. So there's a 5 and there's a 5. So these two are both orange. And so we've got a 7 and an 8 to go in there. It is 4 that Renban's with a 5. So these are both orange. That is blue. And this is also blue. So 4, 6, 6, 3. 3, 2, 4. 2 and 3. Very nice puzzle there. Really neat symmetry. So Pekrantala asks how I'm filling in the candidates automatically. There is a Tamper Monkey plugin. We'll say technical sophistication to install it, moderate. It is higher than my technical sophistication, but fortunately I have a Tristan. But if you'd like to be able to do it, if you message in the Zetamath Discord, plenty of people will be willing to help you. I locate the plugin and get it installed if you are so inclined. I think it's very useful. It speeds up the sort of like, and now the puzzle is done part of the puzzle quite considerably, which I happen to enjoy. So if you ask there, people will link and will help if you get stuck with things. I'm hoping that it will get added to Sudoku Pad. I saw Sven was around earlier. Is Sven still around? Can Sven comment if something like that? Puzzle Plaza is Puzzle Plaza is a big Discord that has the Zetamath Discord channel in it. I do not have a separate Discord. I like having the channel in the Puzzle Plaza megaplex, if you will, of puzzles things. Oh yes, do please like the stream if you've not yet. If you have not yet liked the stream, something. Yes, please do. But yes, thank you to everyone for hanging out today. I hope the time change is fairly merciful to those of you who had your time change today. I hope you have a good Easter to those of you who celebrate. And last but not least, huge thank you to everyone who supports the stream financially. We really do greatly appreciate it. And we got some additional donations from David today. Thank you so much for giving out the memberships, which hilariously, one of them went to yourself and one of them went to Tristan, which I thought was funny. But thank you so much for the donation, and thank you to everyone who supports however you choose to support the stream. Yes, and if you'd like to support the stream, if you're curious, oh no, sorry, David, you came in right at the end. Sorry, but if you'd like to support financially, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. We do greatly appreciate it. But if you can't afford it or have other priorities, I totally understand. We're greatly happy to have you here either way. And as you've seen, if you hang out enough, you can sometimes get memberships from people generously donating them. So anyway, thank you, everyone. I hope you all have a great day. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, DDX, and Leer. Thank you so much. I'll see you all real soon. Reminder, Tristan does not have a stream this week. Tristan is on vacation, so he is enjoying it, but I will see you again on Friday. So I look forward to seeing you all. I am hoping that the idea I have for a puzzle that I'm working on actually turns into a puzzle, because I know I've not published a puzzle in forever. So look forward to hopefully a puzzle happening, maybe, possibly. And I will see you all very soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.